Oh, by the way, I know there's a lot of people here. Sorry there. Hello there everyone, my name is Kirivako and I'm your host and your voice for the voice here to entertain you and may or may not have no idea what the heck I'm doing. I'm currently trying to push out some animation stuff going on here and there. Just still doing it. Sorry there, I kind of like still adjusting my character size and everything. Ooh, now the tablet's like too small. Bigger tablet. Putting in the low side. Yeah, it should be nicer for everyone to see this. Oh, my size is a little bit too big. Hold on. Do you guys agree like the YouTube 3D thing is like too small? You guys can't actually see like what I'm watching. Okay. This one should be fine now. You guys can see what I'm doing. And then another one for the cameras. Okay. Feel like it's a little bit off positions. Let me switch it. Transform. Center horizontally. Good. And let's raise up. Not raise up, like small the size again. Myself up a little bit more. And again, center horizontally. And no wonder I feel like the YouTube thing is like getting blocked a lot because I used to like, you know, size them correctly. Heck, I even increased the size a little bit more. You guys should be able to see what I'm watching actually. So either way. Hi there everyone, my name is Kirivako and I'm your host and your voice for the voice. I haven't taken a shower yet, so my hair looking a mess. This is why usually I don't go to this is why I don't usually show my face and all. One of another issues is when I actually have to like show my face, I kind of like have to have so many light to actually shooting at my face. Sometimes, you know, like the traditional ceiling light is just not a good enough light source. But when you kind of have so many ring lights, fill light, this light, that light, computers light beaming at your face, it's not really good for your eyes. So being a VTuber does have its perk by just not blinding you 24/7. Sooner or later my eyes would get used to it. Let me chat a little bit with you guys first. Oh, yeah, how's everyone days? Hope everyone have a nice days and a good Merry Christmas for you. Technically, Merry Christmas is already like, you know, wishing people good Christmas. So yeah. So it's like what I just said is good Christmas. Yes. Yeah, not a lot of people actually know that. English comprehensions for a lot of people has been dropping a lot lately. So much so to the point that it kind of like, you know, terrify people. It's really terrifying at the moment. I know, my screen is a little bit like ADHD filled, but yeah, boy, I need to do a lot of advertisements since like, you know, my art stuff usually is not really like shown to many social media at all. So I have to try my best to do a little bit of like promoting this and that, that stuff, a lot more things. I still haven't finished posting all my stuff yet, to be honest. Let's get back into my YouTube community post, which is a social media posting. Okay, I still haven't exactly finished posting everything of my artwork yet. Like the Donathon stuff, let me go for the newest. Okay, easier for me to find. Alrighty then. Yeah, I did it until the 33 piece. Let me try to work on a little bit more. Alright. Okay, let's take a look at my Twitter. Ooh. Oh, not this one. Alright. Oh, wait. Wrong profile. I got two. One is my art profile, another one is my streaming profile. So they kind of function a little bit different. This one generally is just promote my VGen and stuff, and also the project I'm working on. Let me go into here. Media. Oh, wait. Kind of think about it. The reason I got shadow banned back then is because I posting shit in this. Yeah, I'm posting stuff in here, not in the other place. So this is Annie's. Yep, this one. First thing first. First thing first, get the tag and then going to here. Pressing alias. Name is called blank BRB. Okay, it is, but let's add a VT. Nope. You have a VT, but you're not a VTuber. Holy shit. Okay, I can't find. She's not in YouTube ecosystem, so I'm just going to. Yep. Hope people can go and, you know, discover her and stuff. And yeah, community. Come to community, post and draw a favorite video with me or draw. For my next sketchathon. To okay, should be doing good. And then I remember I actually have the file going on. Oh, YouTube stuff again. Did my YouTube get disconnected again? Yep, it did. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I don't know why like Google hates like streamer.bot. I keep like suddenly randomly like disconnect them. At this point I feel like it's on purpose now. By the way, again, hello to everyone. If you guys want to have a little bit chat with me, feel free to do it. I can actually hear you guys. What was I again? Ah, yes. Before I got brutally interrupted. Hey, doing great, doing great. Oh. Nah, ironically, the hey you, the hey oh, it sounds like that. If anyone remember that, it's like the Borderland thing. Heyo. Hold on a little bit. I'm still trying to work a little bit on my sketchathon stuff. VGen and not VGen. Special event. Yes, special event. November sketchathon. I'm gonna drop this one with watermark. Oh wait. Yeah, YouTube community systems is still a little bit janky. You can't just like drag and drop stuff. You have to like activate it. Then you can drag and drop stuff. Should I schedule a few more like art stuff to work on that I've been like finished working, like the Rima Everstar one? I think I should, but let's. this one. So let's think. Let's do another image. Oops. Didn't I copy that? Which one I just click? Definitely not that. I have a short-term memory loss. Like, the fuck did I just do? Ctrl C C C C C. Yeah, it's best to just spam it. I don't know why I just can't tag Muujin. Okay? It's weird. Yeah, he's called Muujin official, and then someone took like a few Muujin official like exist. Remove and star. No, it's an old thing. But I haven't posted all my Sketchathon work yet, so I'm just like slowly posting it out. If you read closely, it's just a call to action post, because I changed the way I do my Sketchathon now. Because last month I did a Sketchathon as a donathon, but I'd rarely get any donation at all, so I end up like, you know, on the red. And because I didn't do any like art commissions or promote myself in art commission at all, I basically somehow disappeared in Twitters or in any marketing material. In fact, I got black, you know, like shadow ban, because I've been tagging people a lot every single time I draw someone. And you know, Sketchathon, the main goal is I go to like a Vtuber data site. So the data set have like this neat thing like lining up for people. It's like, oh, this person is having birthday today. Oh, this person is having a like a VTubing anniversary today. Oh, this person just debuted today. And then I'll be like, you know what? I'm just going to be a very nice person. You know, give them like a gift, like give like a very decent good sketch, and then give them like a gift, and tag them a little bit, congratulate them, happy birthday, yada stuff. But in YouTube, tagging people that you never interacted with is a big no-no, apparently. And because of that, I've been tagging, I draw like 41 people, okay? So I end up tagging like 40-ish people in there. And before the Twitter algorithm changed to the, you know, like the Grok algorithm, like they're using AI now, I was indefinitely shadow banned around that time. Because like there's two type of shadow ban. There's a shadow ban without telling you. It's basically you have to go to use like some system to actually check back in days. Nowadays they say they don't shadow ban you, they just actively shadow ban you. It's a different case. Like if the AI doesn't fucking like you, you're fucked in Twitter. Recently, last 2 weeks ago, thankfully, in some sense, move my shadow ban flag because, like I say again, there's two stages of shadow ban flag. First flag, they don't tell you. You just got shadow ban. But if you keep doing your shit and people still not seeing you, you still keep persistently doing it, you will officially receive a notification from Twitter's telling that your account got flagged. That one is the second level of shadow ban, which is most of the case is officially say that you're shadow ban. And then usually even the ban got lifted, like usually the ban will get lifted after like a few days on inactivities. It's like you're trying to be a good boy for a few days and then like they will lift the flag. But the system itself will still read you as a shadow ban people because they still have like a backlog systems, okay? This person is problematic, so we probably should still shadow ban him while it's like officially they didn't. They lifted the shadow ban. So that kind of things is still there because like how algorithm works in Twitter's back in the days, okay, just a few weeks ago, they were running in this like social credit score. Ironically, social media credit score. So what the no stuff you have to like be aware around that time is typo, bad grammar, hate speech, tagging people follow you or you never follow, actively like going around people like account and do reply, like doing phishing posts, you know. So that is just basically how Twitter algorithm that never changes. Why we suddenly know so much about it is because you know, Elon decided to say like, well, we are just going to this like Twitter algorithm is bullshit. It's basically like it's like actively promote people to. Yeah, it's basically the entire thing is like they were promoting more drama. The reason why Twitter is almost drama filled is like it actively, in some sense, like the program like actively has evolved to the algorithm just evolved to like promoting more drama stuff and like you know, like the usual Twitter stuff because like how it behaved. So they switch how things work now by using Grok, but still need to take time for it to kind of like, you know, get a hang of it. A lot of people like basically got their social credit score, social media credit score kind of like got reset because of using the AI algorithm right now they're using. But back then, I did say like what actually can drop your like social media credit score, okay? Your Twitter score, some people say it. Twitter credit, not score. So, but the weirdest thing, even you make hate speech, which is a big no-no for like Twitters, if you already built up a decent like social score, okay, inside your Twitters, if you're starting to do like rage bait, hate speech, this and that, yada yada stuff, and people starting to like go into it and interact with you and read your posts and stuff, it kind of like negate the negative score you accumulate from doing that shit. The reason is how you actually increase your like social media credit score is to have people look at your post for more than 2 seconds, have people watch your content, have people interact with your content. Every single time they actually like do anything to your post, your score will credit. So actively do hate speech while it negatively or rage bait like posts, like why it is like negatively affecting your credit score, but because there's so many people interacting with it, the negative, the positive at the end outweigh the negative. So this is like how the system kind of like keep like overstack each other's. But for now, it's like drama posts always will win, despite being drama poster actively like damage your like credit score. If you get mute, if you get report, if you get like block, all those kind of things like give a big snap to your like social credit score. Okay. But the problem is all drama posts right now in Twitter's always is the viral one. Because they're so viral, have like a few millions of people to look at the post and interact with the post. Either it's like being rage baited or like being like drama things or like they quote retweeted this and that, yeah, the other stuff. They all get like actively more point, like more brownie point for getting increase in their like the social media credit score than like the general way that you get negative from it. Too bad. That is just how the things works. This is why there's so many like commentary posts and like rage baiting posts and like drama posts, like Google Doc posts, like all those things like coming out left and right, just mainly because of that. Drop a meme, people just haha and move along within a second. You don't get any point at all. For most artists that work in Twitter around the time, it's bullshit, because if you don't draw some things that people will like look at the image and be like, let's see what Easter eggs has been drawn in the image. Because like you all know like there's like in Twitter's there's like that guy that draw a lot of like really really nice art but have a lot of like sus Easter egg like behind the scene. So you can like sit there and try to like look at this. Oh, behind the scene have that reference. I got that reference. Oh, behind that I got that reference. Like all the entire scene itself is a reference, and then I'd be like, oh, I got that. So if you don't draw those kind of image, you just draw a really awesome image or just a normal image, people will just scroll past it and be like, huh, neat, keep scrolling. They don't interact with it. Even they put a like onto it, even they retweet it, not quote tweet it, just like retweet it or repost it. The people will just like scroll past it. Even they see it, it doesn't take more than a 1 second glance to see, oh, this is a nice art, moving along. So it's actively harming a lot of like artists that do awesome art or like just do like normal art. Only the people who create interactive art or like maybe animations, like funny gimmick animations, they can actually like maintain a certain eye for more than 2 to 5 seconds in the post, and maybe even go in there, interact with you. Because if they don't, you basically just, the system itself will actively know that this is a not interactive post, interactable post, and then they will actively like not promote your post because of that, which is a really bad thing. And another thing is like the most bullshit thing. Okay, the most bullshit thing. One of the another thing that is actually actively harming your like normal score systems is if you create an account, just an account, mainly is to promote your art, maybe like your art service, your like a VGen, your like commission page, website, portfolio website, those kind of things. If the moment you direct a link into your post, you get a massive like social credit score like negative just from doing that. So if you start with a fresh account, just think that you want to make a promotion account just for that, it actively harms you. Because every new account, okay? Every new account start with a negative score. Literally, they start with a negative score. They want you to build up your score over time. So if you don't build up your score over time, and then you suddenly just start an account, and that account just like spam link, not just spam link, you just occasionally maybe like every week you like do like a marketing post about your artwork and stuff, maybe your VGen channel, maybe your new art commission that you finish, all those kind of things, with a link attached to it, it basically kills the entire post. And it will sooner or later kill your entire like account. Unless you already keep posting a lot of like normal artwork without any link into it, and then like gain like enough score itself, and then like ride along with it, and then you start to post link, people click into it because people already interacted with you. You got a decent enough score to tank through. Yeah, tank through the damage and everything. And if you don't do that, it's actually actively will like harm your entire account. But sadly, this kind of tips doesn't help you anymore. Because again, like they switched the algorithm system. This is why we know so much about the older algorithm system, how it works and everything. It's because now it's run by Grok. Grok, so far, is a very iffy system. Not a lot of people still manage to grasp how this thing works because, again, AI works in a very, like, random way. They might apply rules, like, for individual people. They might apply rules, like, generally. They have. But there's still a lot of, like, secondary and tertiary kind of, like exists in there, here and there. So it's really hard for you to nail down, like, what actually appeals, because Grok AI in there is essentially exists to remove what damage it does from the previous Twitter algorithm system that favors on, like, you know, rage baiting posts and those kind of drama posts here and there. So still don't know how, but so far the effect right now is affecting artists in a very big way, because again, everyone, like, media score for got, like, reset because, like, they are using the new AI system. So people who previously keep getting, like, you know, user ban or, like, getting shadow ban, those kind of stuff, even all their score got reset too. Like me, my mom got, like, unshadow ban. But bad thing is, I still got quite a lot of posts, like, non-existing just because of it. Because I have to slowly build up everything. You can see this post, I did it, like, purely just my post, 23 view. My own art post, 23 view. And this is not my post, reposting. This is me talking about something, sharing about my, like, you know, my art account post stuff only. And then this one is my actual, like, fan art post. Fan art post is actually pretty nice. You can see 15k view. This one, my random, like, art post only mentioned some things. I got hundreds. Like, again, like, the post doesn't really get much tractions. Okay, you can see hundreds. This is after a few days. This and that. A lot of artists, like veteran artists that work in Twitter for a very long time, they all are fucking complaining. They are now getting, like, you know, 50k view only, 50k view, this and that, yeah, that stuff, because they used to get maybe, like, a millions or 100ks or 500ks kind of view. Now they only got, like, 50k or, like, you know, 60k view. For me, I'm a fucking artist. I can't even get past 1k most of the time. And I'd be like, you guys are complaining now, huh? Because again, everyone's score got, like, reset. So yeah. And the funny case about that. Ooh. Okay. YouTube system, if you really want, really want, schedule a post, okay? For a Malaysians, if you are Malaysians and everything, okay? Hey, good. If you are, like, doing lots of, like, you know, posts, like, in community posts or any other posts, for me, if you are Malaysian time, okay, right now the hour is, like, 3:47. Yeah, 3 p.m. 47. Okay. Sorry, my brain is not functioning very well today. 3:47 p.m. Okay, 3:47 p.m. But around later on, the next hour, maybe, like, after, like, around, like, 20 minutes or, like, 30 minutes, like, 4 p.m. 4 p.m. is ironically the peak hour of people going to interact with any other things. It's kind of like a weird time for, like, the entire global kind of, like, active in the same times. So if you guys really want, like, to post something, try to schedule it around, like, the next, like, hours kind of things. So if I do a schedule, okay, and this is my local time and stuff, okay, GMT plus 8. I need to post it around around 4 p.m. To be honest, like post around like pre-45 is also fine too. It's like the algorithm, like it will slowly catch up to you until the peak time that people will interact with it. So if you manage to find like database stuff, like know what time is your personal peak time, you try to post it a little bit before an hour or 30 minutes that you will usually get a lot of audience. Is because like the algorithm systems is going to take some time to know that your things is like being watchable or not, and then they will start to spread out afterward. So it's best to like a little bit before the peak time, tiny little bit. So I'm just going to post it the next day schedule. This one is the next day post, and I finished scheduling. Can't see it because it's in my schedule post. If you really want to see it, well, I can see it. You guys can't. I can just go back to the system in here. Okay. Dashboard. Wait, not dashboard. Let me go to create post. Yeah. This one only I can see it. You guys can't. Schedule. Oh, by the way, if you guys have been like subscribed to me for quite a long decent time, you guys can go to not this one, visit community. Okay, if you go to my profile page, YouTube profile, you can go to visit community. And once you visit the communities, you can actually post stuff here. If I use my other account, okay, I got quite a few other account stuff here. Okay, if I use my other account, yes, you can actually post image in there. So if you got some art that you want to share and stuff, you can actually share my community posts and stuff. It's quite nice. Just don't share any not safe for work stuff. YouTube will bonk you really hard, including me. Okay. And if you really want me to draw like some, VTubers that you really like, they have like some very funny clip, you actually can post like the YouTube short link or like some YouTube link to me for that particular highlight. And yeah, you guys can do a lot of stuff in here, but you have to subscribe for like a day to actually like do this stuff. I don't know why they want that. It's because like I personally like fine with like anyone posting that. Maybe it's just like safety precaution stuff, like community moderation stuff. You can like most of the times I tell you guys that my post like this is like the comment and video, but not actually like my my social chat stuff. Yeah, message in your live chat. My moderation is none. So, Mimidori, I like most of the time you say like you say something and then like it got like bonked by YouTube. It's not me. It's YouTube. Even though I don't have moderation in there, people still manage to get bonked by YouTube itself. They are really straight on something sometimes, especially when it comes to like maybe you want to talk about, oh, I fell down and have some sort of like injury. You can't really like type it out because YouTube actively don't show those kind of stuff. But yeah, like only people is either like subscriber or maybe like a membership, depends on how you want to like make it function. I can set it for a day or week. So essentially I got like the most lowest one. And yeah, I basically have like all this like weird ass stuff, like bot stuff. And moderations, for that I choose basic is because like if people type in link, I have to be the one who approved it. So if you really want me to draw some of your like oshi, like your favorite VTuber did something funny, this and that other stuff, you want me to make an animation out of it, or like I do animation too. You want me to make an animation out of it, or like draw a funny comic out of it, let me know about it, and then you can give me the link. But your post won't be showing out flat out. I need times to go to my communities and take a look, something like this kind of things. If you would post, I have to go to like hell and then like find whose like link got posted in there. I have to go and check it out, this and that stuff. You know, link is dangerous, so like I have to like try my best to at least have like some moderation in there. And yes, I'm the kind of like YouTuber kind of actively show his like stat and stuff. I got a lot of video got like blocked because I play oh, this is like quite old things. Yeah, I can dismiss this. Yeah, I can dismiss this. Yeah, no more in top notifications. I don't know why lots of people hate like vidIQ. I don't use vidIQ actually while I do have the plugin, because all I need is the stat from here. I just want to take a look at my stat, like how many subscribers around this like 7 days, like how many like view, this and that stuff. Quite lots of things I need to work with. But yeah. Let me switch back to my original account. Yeah, my alt account, I kind of like low-key abandoning it because I'm too lazy to operate in 2 accounts at the same times. Because every single time if I want to stream on my alt account, I have to go to my OBS, switch the login, and then once I switch the login, the entire the entire OBS will be gone. So I have to like rebuild the entire OBS like scene overlay and scene again, and then do the same ass fucking stuff again. It's really difficult. Yeah, I finished posting my things. I can like take a break. Oh wait, I do have to post to people that I'm streaming right now. But I already like put some posts in here today. Like that's the thing. Like some people told me like minimum 3 posts, maximum like 3 posts a day. I did like 1 post here, another post here, and another post here. I got 3 posts already. So, and 4 posts. So it's a lot. I have to delete this, I guess. Streaming my YouTube right now. Okay, this is good. And then where's my thumbnail? Yes. So many works to do, so little time. Since they're using the Grok AI stuff, like you don't need to be afraid of showing the link anymore. That at least like this the better part of things. By the way, I have a lot of like art stuff like here and there. What previous tweet? I have to check. What? This one? Oh, this one. What? I'm still single. I'm not even lying. What? You believe that you become? You also like realize that you're old too, right? Man, the Teletubby got the sun have grown up, and I'm still I'm basically, here's the thing, I'm 30 years old already. Okay, I don't look like one. I'm 30 years old and soon to be 31. Okay, so yeah, like back in the days, I do watch Teletubby when I was a kid. So yeah, if she's like a baby around the time when I was a kid, Now she's like fully grown up with a kid that this size already. I was like, holy shit. Well, you have a very good childhood. At least you know. At least you watched Teletubby around your childhood times. Ah, lots of people around the age don't even know what the heck Teletubby is. I'm not even kidding. This is an actual thing. Okay, do this. It's time to officially start my work. Never go full black. And since I'm doing line now, I should go for 25 instead. Yeah, my art stream is just chat stream in disguise most of the times. I procrastinate a lot from just like purely talking. Actually, I give you guys the tips, okay? If you guys really struggle on drawing like glass frame on a characters, just do a thick line, okay? Like this. A very thick uniform line. You just draw it until you're satisfied with like this size, okay? And do it erased. Yeah, it helps. Now you got like a very like very good eyeglasses. Depends on like the length you want. I only did it like really thick for like showing it to you guys. If you guys are too lazy to do this. And sometimes you need like a really thin frame, right? So you can also do something similar. Yeah, it's just this, and then you just make it like so small. Just carefully erase it inside, and then voila, you got a good glass. Add some decent thickness, and then go for very small line and erase. And then you got a nice glass. Yeah, the frame is a little bit bad on this one. Depends what kind of VTuber you like, or like what kind of content they can provide. There are VTuber is good at drawing. There are VTuber is good at cozy stream. There are VTuber good at singing. There are VTubers basically, the walking comedy itself. There's lots of things that you guys can find. But if you really want, you can go for like the mainstream like one. You can go watch some Hololive. You can go watch some like XV Shoujo streamers, like Zentreya and stuff. Depends on what kind of things you want from them. It's really difficult to like just recommend it to random things, because like it's a little bit too random. If you just like some really really fun, people who just like fun things, definitely go for like few of the mainstream one. If you love like people who like do voice acting stuff, there is Sayu, Amali, and then like you like the person who like have a lot of like cute personality with them. You can watch like Nimi Nightmare, you can watch Saba, and you like those kind of like really like fun personality persons, you can try to watch like Doki Bird. Doki Bird have very fun personalities. Okay, it's like the fun friend you can have. And Zentreya also is one of them. Or if you really want to have like a very like special interactive for streamers, as a VTubers too, you can go and find someone called Shindig. Like he do a lot of like OBS interactive stuff with his stream, so you can actually legitly play games in his stream together with him. But I'm not a walking Wikipedia. I personally rarely watch too many streamers, because I am a streamer myself. I'm so like, you already managed to see like how busy I am on a daily basis. That is like what I'm gonna do, what I'm doing daily. So I don't have time to watch other VTubers sadly, but I do know quite a lot. And if you're going to say like who's my favorite VTuber, I personally would choose Hololive. That's like a VTuber. It's called Ninomai Inanis. She is a very cute and chill VTuber. So if you like those kind of vibe, people with those kind of vibe, you can just try to watch her. Yeah, hold on a little bit. Okay. For me, she's just a, you know, cute little dorky girl. That you will find in most otaku cultures. And she's also very good at drawing. And one of the most wholesome yet horny communities. Not exactly horny, but you know, it's because like she's a very like normal person. So for some people, like decided to horn her up, but doesn't work. It actually died down a lot actually recently. It's just like more brand based, like on her cuteness. Most of the communities. Yeah, she's innocent. Yes, she's also like a pun, mini pun machine too. So she like to say lots of like, you know, very old people puns. And I'm an old people, so yes, I appreciate those puns. And then my second like favorite one also is kind of like still in like Hololive. Hololive is basically like a, you know, best place to find like good starting point for you to kind of like enjoy like what a VTuber is Crony. Oh wait, yeah, this. I personally, I would say like, if I have a girl type, okay, it would be her. Every man have a type, okay? Don't deny it. Yeah, the artist that made her model is the one that is the main artist from the person who made the, you know, like the face thing that have a mobile game. You know, like face thing that have a mobile game. The main artist actually is the artist for her model. This is why she looked like Saber. Depends, like, what kind of human you want to draw. Kids, grown up, male, female, general things like body parts like hands, or like feet or something, you know, the general thing. Or just want to overall. There's a lot of way for you to draw it. Hold on a little bit, so I finish this, I'll hop up to the next one. Okay. This is like, yes, I teach people how to do drawing. If you really want to learn how to draw human, there's a few ways for you to do it. I would just assume you kind of like know the drawing like this. And draw from impressions. If you know how to use your entire arms to draw, you know, use your entire arms to draw, knows how to do the basic like cube drawing in many various different angle. Okay, this is the cube drawing from various different angle. And all this kind of stuff like going on there. If you know how to do this, it would be easier for me to teach you. But if you don't know how to do this, maybe I do like a stream highlight about that moment. I teach people how to do the basic. But for now, I would just assume that you know how to do it. There's 5 to 6 way to actually draw a basic human. The most basic one, also the most wrong one, but still works, okay, is to draw, you know, like those kind of like puppet that you've seen like in the marketplace. Also learn to scale your drawing. Okay, this is like the low-key like puppet drawing. And then that's the old and reliable stickman. I'm not even kidding. Draw something like this. You got a overall human skeletal structures that you can do a lot of drawing with. Okay, you can have this, 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 and this. Depends on how much joint you want. Like basically the back, like 3 dots is enough. Okay, like this. And then this one here. This one, if you know how to draw rectangle, okay, you would have easier time to draw. But rectangle with like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 separate. Yeah, really depends on how are you going to like separate like the feet and stuff. How much segment you want. You can just draw it like that. And you essentially got the entire body like nailed down. Because like if I draw this, draw shoulders again. Remember this? Oops, one extra drawing. See, you got a full body here. Yeah. Then you can just draw a face. Draw a neck, draw a body. All those kind of things. And then the one I personally used is paper body. Paper body have a little bit different thing is because like we can draw a paper like this. We can twist a paper like this. Okay. We can curve it up. The paper like this. So we can do quite lots of like, you know, different kind of like drawings. Just from like using the paper. So you draw a body with paper that have a little bit of like human shape. You can actually separate the body a little bit, have like a, you know, like instead of like a rectangle, you can go for, you know, go for a little bit of like, you know, rib cage. And another one, like this is your body, your stomach. And then this will be your hip, like those kind of things. Like you don't need the detail. I'm just like showing you like something like this. This one can represent your hip. This one can represent your upper body. Something like that. So with that, you can draw a body. And for arms, okay, for arms, I learned this from internet like artist back in the days. I learned most of my art from him. It's called Sakura Yashin. He have a very unique way to draw his hand. It's called a lightning zigzag hand. So you can see if you want to draw a hand, you can do something like this. Now you got a full hand. And then you, on this, you can build up like your character have a rib cage. A neck. Like you can see like the hand is a little bit out of positions. You can redraw everything again once you finish like drawing the rib cage and everything. Zigzag. Now you got a hand. Because this is the shoulder, the first zigzag, and then this thing is going to be your bicep. And then if you pop up a little bit, draw a straight line, this would be your hand. See? You got your like shoulders, you got your bicep, you got your forearm, and then you can draw 2 more pillars in here, and then you can give yourself a hand. If it's too thick, you can just like thin it out. Ta-da! And then the other like drawing that a lot of people actually do use, we call the beanbag. The beanbag, for a lot of artists, they actually use the beanbag a lot more than like most people, because like it does have a certain like things to go with. It's basically, it's a very like baggy compositions. but they have to like in their brain a consistency of like a bag, you know. So even when it comes to draw the hand, they would draw something like this, okay? So it would be the shoulders, would be the bicep, this would be the forearms, then you got a hand. It's generally like how you kind of like learn how to draw human properly. The reason why the paper, okay, the paper one I draw is always kind of like this is because even I draw a paper, this is the rib cage, okay? Depends like is a male or female, a different type of like body, they have like different rib cage, okay? This is like our collarbone, and then this going down is the empty spot that will always happen. Then this will be your chest meat that going into your armpit, okay? Chest meat that going into your armpit. There's like another like muscle here, kind of like connected to your like shoulders, but yeah. Now, why that I draw this instead of this square? The reason is when it comes to this, our back, behind our back, have something. Imagine I draw this as a person back, okay? We have something called a back, like shoulder plate. So this shoulder plate actually is the thing that houses your shoulder like socket in here. So when you have your back muscle, which is separate in two, that happening in here, then this is your bone. Okay? Because of that, if you add a rib cage now, this is why there is this shape coming out. Different people have different volume on the neck muscle in here. Okay? Different people have a different volume of neck muscle in here, so like you really have to like know how thick your person neck is. Depends on the exercise and also like the gender, is it male or female. Female would have like a lesser like back neck muscle. This is why like there's a lots of like very sussy novel is like when they talk about like the men's back, it's like they realize that how wide a men's back is because we have a very like when it comes to like the back muscle, in this we have a wider range, so it looks much more like manly sometimes. Depends like how you exercise and stuff, you can beef up those like back muscle that way. Even their twink, okay, they have a general bigger muscle than bigger back muscle than most girls is, okay? And this is actually how, moving along on that one, this is how you actually draw neck. Lots of people can't actually draw their neck like this. So if this like, if this thing is like on the side view, okay? Like how do you draw neck? Like this? No, it doesn't work like this. It should be. See? You try to drag your neck, touch your chin, and drag it down. It have a curve. So you have to somewhat mimic a curve dragging down. And your back muscle, remember that back muscle I talked about? Okay? It have a back muscle that connect your entire back. So this is how you draw your back. Draw the back of the neck. And then with that combined, it looks like this. And then this is your shoulder muscle. That get wrapped around by your back muscle. And then with that, not shoulder muscle, it's like this particular part of the muscle. Okay? This thing is like back muscle is right behind the back, but there's still another muscle like bulging up in here. It's a different thing. Okay? And your shoulders have 3 muscle group stemming from like this particular line. Okay, this is muscle 1, this is muscle 2, and then muscle 2, then muscle 3. So again, this is another reason why when we kind of like simplify the drawing of the muscle, it looks like this. When we draw the shoulders, it's because there's a bicep here. There's actually 3 muscle in there. You just can't see most of the muscle. Let's just generalize the bulging one in here and then the flappy one in here, okay? And then add a elbow straight down. Okay, let me draw another one again. 1, 2, 3. I'm just simplify it to the maximum. You should properly like study how this thing works, okay? 4. That go down. Almost a straight line. Because like you can try to see this. It's a straight line. It's a straight line. When this thing, the bone from your elbow connect to your hand, it's a straight line. No matter what you do, it's a straight line. How you twisted it is always a straight line. Even it kind of like later on, if you turn your hand like this in different way, you still have a straight line where you do crossing because our hand does turn, okay? But no matter what you do, generally it's always stick together if you draw them in like normal positions, okay? And then you can have a muscle here, then you can have another muscle here, but remember there's actually a third muscle hiding right underneath here that usually doesn't show up unless you are like a freaking bodybuilders, okay? Then easier for you to draw the hand here being connected. You should mark it like this. Draw a small square for your wrist. Is going to be 2 of the bone here. Okay, you don't have to draw the 2 ball. You just draw a square here. It will be easier for you to connect the rest of the muscle into one point, and then your hand coming out as another point. Okay. Now, you got a hand. But the problem is how to draw fingers. Remember, finger have bone from here to here, here to here, here to here. So, easier way. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yep, just like that. And you can imagine there's like 1, 2, 3, 4 big bone in here. Also, the thumbs. Now, the thumb is a fucking mystery for a lot of people because they don't apparently know. A lot of people draw thumb. They started, you know, I draw the same hand and then they started from here. Okay? It's not starting from here. Your thumb, actually the bone start in here. So, if you really want to draw a thumb, remember you got 1, 2, 3 in here. Okay? You also have a... Back my glove. 1, 2, 3 in here. Okay, you got 3 segment here. 1, 2, 3. Same goes with this one. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. Is my fucking hair blocking it? No. Okay, it's fine. 2, 3. See? This thing actually is an entire bone. This is why this thing can wiggle this way. You try to touch it, you realize that this thing is actually this thing. Okay? This thing happening in here is this. This is why your thumb can from here go to here. Your other finger can't go to this because there's no extra bone that can move in here in your palm. But for thumb, your actually like additional bone is in here. So it can go from this place to this place. I'm not sure like I'm blocking or something like that. Like it's really hard to show sometimes. But yeah, like generally it's just like how things works, like basically. So you can start wrapping them around. Wrapping them around. Then you got yourself a hand. So this is how you draw an entire hand. It's a lot of things when I want to teach people. It's like one things can lead to another, but also at the same time it have a lot of things to actually have to go through and stuff. Yeah. And also my TTS is going crazy again. I don't even know why. That delay was weird too. Alright, get back to work. Working. Yee. Doesn't I do love this too? Well, thank you for dropping by. Have a nice day and also good dream for you. Sorry, I was a little bit interrupted. Oh gosh dang bot. You never gave up. I also never gave in. Again, I'll try my best not to moderate the bot in my kick channel only. I will still moderate my bot like in my messages thingy. I'll keep all the bot in there, so let people know that kick have a bot issues, okay? They never fixed it. If they don't want to fix it, it's not my job to moderate them out, okay? It's not my moderator jobs to moderate them out. It's kick's jobs to not make them unexisting in the first place. Until one day they actually acknowledge, yeah, we do have a bot problem. And we should be the one who's responsible on erasing things. I will never erase my bot issues thingy. Spam it however you want. I'll keep it in there, being ugly. It buried the chat so much I can't read actual chatters. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. Okay, I'll keep watching video while somebody will say hi to me. because I need to advertise for people and also let people know that what the heck I'm doing, because there's always so many people that what are you watching, what are you listening, what are you doing, what are you seeing, what do you normally do, what is your job, what is this, what is that. But yeah, here is basically my VGen work, my portfolio, this and that, yada yada stuff. You know, let people kind of see like what kind of things I do, and then my co-filing, and then people can, you know, the chat and stuff. Here is like for me to like people can see my drawing. Why I'm in this like very weird center positions is because YouTube are having a dual streaming format. So if you actually like turn your phone vertical, you can see a vertical side of the stream and horizontal side of the stream. So, but weirdly, despite they actually like give you that options, they won't let you have your own customized like vertical. Like I have my own customized like vertical stream, but YouTube is weird. They don't let you do that. They just crop your original like horizontal stream, and they just crop the centers and then show that way. That's the stupidest thing in the world. So I have to like adjust a lot of things on how I'm going to display my stream, and I realized that the side is really fucking empty. Okay, so I also decided to add this and that other stuff. And when I play Marvel Rival, okay, I play Marvel Rival, they have like this thing like on the side, like what I'm showing right now is a much more smaller versions. They show like that character skin, that event and stuff, kind of like sneak peek to let people kind of see it. I got the idea from them and then do like a slash thing there and let people see the artwork that I've been work on so far, and like most of the portfolio stuff I have on the vertical side of drawing. I generally draw on vertically. I don't really draw that much like on horizontally. Depends like my client requests and stuff. It's a good way to show my portfolio and stuff. And I also show them that I'm a VGen artist, like on right on top of that. And then the things like from this side is actually recent. I'm trying to create like a much more community like funded effort. You know, you can see this thing is based on a comic draft of Doki Bird. Yeah, I draw vertical stuff and also draw like horizontal stuff. Really depends. Like usually it's in this format because when it comes to social media, okay, I can even find this like source for you to see. Especially when you want to post and draw things for social media, it's either square or this particular format. Okay. The reason is they display like a very weird things when it comes to like display your artwork and stuff. Let me try to find it. Hold on a little bit and take some times for it. Background is not my strong suit, but doesn't mean that I don't draw background. It's just not the best one. I used to be like a painter, but you know my painting skill doesn't really translate into digital like painting, so it's a very different thing. Oops, press the wrong thing. Found it. Okay. Now you can't because I rarely draw them. It almost didn't exist at all. So again, if you want to see it, it's going to be the physical one, and the physical one is under a huge stack of drawing paper and stuff. So it's really hard for me to pull that thing out. I'm going to search for like, you know, a few hours. I draw a lot. I'm 30 years old. My almost like I start drawing at 5. So all my like 25 years of drawing is existing in that pile. So it's really hard to like pick shit out from there. And this is like the drawing like format. If you personally are an artist, okay? If you personally are an artist or you also use social media like Twitter and stuff, this how you kind of like do the posting format, okay? This particular format is in the 4:5 format, okay? 4:5 format is good for single post. It's like people get like the most view out of it. or you can post it like 2 image posting. You can use the 4:5 method, or like this 0.881 like ratio format. That way works too. And you can also do it in the if you want to post like 3 image, you can have like the usual like horizontal artwork, and then like the have 2 of them. If you want to post 4 of them, you can have like 4 horizontal artwork and stuff. No people post like that, okay, because they're going to be very tiny. Unless you somehow design it in a way that can show it like in a very creative way, it's not going to be work functionable. So generally, when it comes to 4-image posting, is either you want to post a comic, or you want to post advertisement stuff like this one. You make 4 advertisement, like show it to them, one big like collage of image, and then like the rest of the tree is just like people can click into it, they can see like read stuff from it because they got interesting on your like the collage of the image you just show, all those kind of things. It's still tiny. Imagine like it's in the post, it's like this tiny little post that you are seeing right now. You can't even like see clearly what is in there unless you click into it. So generally, people either post in a 3-image format, have like one very like clear vertical image, people can see it from here, and then they got interest, they would click the other 2, or they just post 2-image format in here, or they would just post 1-image format in here. Unless you do something like a thumbnail, okay? If you do thumbnail, you need a screen size like thingy, then a horizontal post, a single big horizontal post. Generally, you don't draw a horizontal post unless people request it. And then there's the banner one, and then there's the profile pictures. Square, 1:1 ratio for the square one. I always draw 1080, 1080. 1080 times 1080 instead of 500 times 500. It depends like on your personal interest and thing, because horizontal does have its perk and also not that perk too. Again, really depends on your like drawing style, like suitable for it or not. Because you really like to draw like spectacle, okay? There's people really love to draw spectacle stuff with like a lots of effect and effect stuff, lots of like, beautiful thing like going on in the background and things. Like you can actually do that. You can because they have more negative spot. Imagine because personally my skill is almost character only, so this is why I draw character. If I draw it on horizontal like one character in here, you can see how empty the side is. If I don't have any background, if I don't have anything like words or font like behind them, it's not going to work that well. So if you really want to draw something like character focus, okay? If you want to draw something like very character focus, having this thing, and then you just draw a character in here. See? It's much more visible if you just draw a very focused character in this place. So you can just like skip the background if you want. If you can add something into it, like how I normally do my artwork. You already seen like quite a lot of my artwork is like the background is blank, just mainly because of that. Like there's not a lot of situations you really need a background, unless, like I say again, you try to draw a thumbnail. It does. Depends if you want to teach people drawing or not. If you roll back like maybe like around like 30 minutes, maybe more than 30 minutes when I was like teaching people drawing. When I teach them drawing, I actually use different like teaching them how to like draw a neck that connect to the head. Okay, like this. It's better to use a different drawing to show people like how a back muscle works. how like segment of a different things, especially if you really want to categorize your muscle group and this and that other stuff is kind of okay. And there's also some people like they do it mainly is because like, you know, I want to have a very distinguished difference when I draw skin and when I draw clothes. Okay, it's easier for me to design clothes like however I want it. I'm just draw a normal t-shirts, but if you want to draw like something else like different, you guys can like go for, you know. Then you can have like an easier time to draw an arm in here. Stuff like that, and then you can draw pants here. Again, like you can have an easier time to do this, but some people like, you know, they finish drawing the entire body first. Okay, maybe like you want to finish drawing the body and then like draw clothes on top of them. That way works too. But it's just going to be extra work for you. Depends on how much, you know, how much of like effort you want to put into drawing. Okay. Because if you don't have the ability to track your drawing, having color line actually does help. Especially when you work on a project that like you're going to spend maybe like a week or a month time on the drawing. Yes, if not a lot of people draw like me, where I can do finish a drawing within a day. There's a lot of artists, they will finish one drawing within maybe like 1 or 2 weeks, because they only do a little bit at a time. And if they kind of like spend maybe like 2 days, like they went on like a trip with their friends and then they came back and then they look at this, they'd be like, what the fuck have I just drawn? If you never really like separated by colors, if you are a very like, you know, like organized person, you'll be like, oh, if it's like book material, I will draw them in red, so I know this is book. Okay, so you know like this particular part is book because you color them, and then you have your mental organizations the way that you don't need to know that as you see the colors that yes, this section is the book, and then this section is the I put green color for the chair, so I know this is a chair. So the guideline always does help if you are a very forgetful person, especially when you work on something it's going to take a very long time for you to finish. You definitely are going to forget. Why there's like this like hold on, what the heck is my mouse? Okay, why the heck there's like this thing here, and then like you have to spend it's already been like 2 months and you don't know what the fuck this thing is, and then like if you draw this blue things here, you look at it, you immediately remember, oh yeah, I draw a Godzilla in the background. I should color it that way. Yeah, I should put a bright out. So yeah, it does have some use when it comes to like doing like using color as a guideline. It's good for teaching people. It's good for long-term drawing. It's good for you to do like animations too. When it comes to animation, there's like a process we call okay. Ganga is basically a way for you to communicate with multiple different artists. When it comes to animations, you have to keep passing like jobs to other people. You finish drawing the line, you have to pass to another people to do the coloring, the shading, and then you have to pass to another people to do the background. You have to pass to another people and do the you know, do the effect and stuff. If you do a good way to communicate with people, it's going to be very complicated for them to do that jobs. Okay, Genga have a lot of things. I have a very like alternate version of Genga because I'm drawing the animation alone, so I don't need to communicate with others. I just need to communicate with myself. So I have really like least amount of marking. See, this is we call like Genga like line art. It's like the yellow part is the highlight, the blue is the shadow for the hair, the red is the shading shadow for the face or flesh, if you want to know. It's like different material have different like line to let you know this is shadows. If I pass it to another person and I just let them know red is let them do the coloring. I outsource my artwork for other people to color. I only draw the line art and like design the animations. And then I outsource my coloring. I hate coloring, so I let other people do it. I need to show this line to them. I don't really need to tell them, oh, this is how you do the shadow. Oh, this is how you do the highlight. You just draw something like this, they immediately understand where is going to be the light, where is going to be the shadows. It kind of streamlines the communication process. If you ever study study coding before, coding is a mess. You always need to write down what this particular syntax does, what that particular syntax does. If you don't know why I know those kind of knowledge, I used to be an engineer before I was an artist and animator. So there's lots of things that people have to study and to know. And yes, line art is really neat. A color guideline. I make a milk tea with Milo mixed in it. Yeah, if you have a teaspoon of Milo, put it into your milk tea, you can try it. It tastes weird, but the aftertaste is wonderful for some reason. Sweetness coming from I'm not really sure. But it is really good when you make a milk tea that way. And it's also quite filling for your stomach too. For me, I can draw. I usually do draw the body first, and then I draw the clothing line, and then kind of cover them up. Unless I draw them a lot. If it's the first time I draw, I'm going to draw the whole body. Because I'm doing like art commission stuff, I'm going to draw a lot of people I was not familiar drawing them in the first place. So drawing a full body sometimes does require it, because different art have like different style, and then they have different like body size and body shape. So it's best for you to draw a whole body. You have the habit of doing that when you draw anyone new. If you draw anyone that you always your OC and stuff, it's actually good for you to skip a lot of things because you already know. There's a reason why you watch like a lot of like video and stuff. Okay, how like One Piece like manga-kan, he actually can straight up use a marker pen to draw, because he's to draw One Piece, and he have been drawing One Piece for more than 10 years at this point. So he can close his eye and draw Luffy without a guideline or sketch. He can just instantly start drawing it. He doesn't even need to draw a body shape. He just immediately finish the final drawing. Because of like the person have more like experience on drawing him, that can like do way more stuff. Sorry, my eyes is like blinking in a weird way right now. It's because like I have a lot of lighting source, kind of like to like I generally don't show my face like when I stream a lot, but when I feel like sudden fancy on to show my face, I need lots of like lighting to blast at my eyes to like show the face properly, instead of like, you know, the ceiling light is not really that bright in the first place, so it's not going to like see my face properly. It's best to like use like different like source, like ring light or like some fill light, this and that yada stuff, using diffusers. Also like the ring light is too fucking bright, so I do sometimes like I turn it around facing the gosh dang wall and then it bounce the light back to me. That way it's much more easier. It does bounce. This is like what I told, like what I taught yesterday. I can re-taught you guys. Like this is why this image, not this image. This is why this image like exists in the first place. I was like teaching people that. I should actually like you know like clip that part out so I can like it's easier way to teach people. Like if anyone want that, but I can re-teach you this again. Okay, seems like you already know the basic of drawing. All you need to do is something that we usually call it, the basic one, draw from impressions. Depends on what you obsess with, anime, cosplayers, VTubers, maybe fishing, even activity you can do that too. Fishing, robot, Gundams, or speak you're music enthusiast, you know like a certain type of instruments, maybe like violin or like guitar, or like you like snorkeling, like those kind of things. Everything is like fine. Have that one obsession that you have, and then try to draw an impression of that obsession. Okay, I give you the most general one, which is something like I started from this, how I'm from a basic imagine or a basic concept led to this image. Okay, first thing first, think about the most easiest thing you can draw an impression of. Okay, a window. So you can draw a impression of a window, a very goofy ass window. If your memory only remember a very goofy ass window like the cross one, yeah, you draw a cross one, but there's no window like this, so you have to like split it apart, add a handle into it, right? But if you draw like this, you realize something's lacking for the window because you have a impression of a window, but this is just the door. It doesn't have any hinge, it doesn't have any frame, so you realize that you lack a frame. You add a frame into it, okay? Now this window is more like complete, but you feel like, yeah, this doesn't look like a usual window I see. So like you can like erase it a little bit and then keep like the door, okay? But you change how the glass like viewing window looks like, okay? You can add some hinge in between, so you can add a hinge here, you can add a hinge here, you can add a hinge here. Again, I don't really know what a window looks like because I don't stare at window every day. I live in Malaysia, rarely stare at window. Okay. So yeah, now you have a window. What does a window have outside? Like depends on where you live. Like if you live in a suburban area or you live in like a like high rise, this and that other stuff. If you live in high rise, you can try to draw a line here, and then you can draw the rest of the building here. Like a very tall building here, another tall building here, a skyscraper here, this and that other stuff. And then like maybe like you are fucking rich, okay? You have like the seaside. You can see the sea, you can see the land, you can see some of the buildings still like in here, like this and that other stuff, add more high-rise building, So yeah, this is what we call drawing based on impression. It's basically a technique to draw. One thing leads to another. You feel more and more real by adding more stuff that makes sense to that impression that you are drawing. Some people, they straight up think something really complicated and then they can't draw it. Obviously you can't draw it. Our brain doesn't function that way. We kind of like, like chain combo it. So you chain combo to this thing. And then what is lacking outside the window? Maybe some, cloud. Like there's a big, like you want to say like, oh, this is like this thing have like a big ass TV. So I add a big ass TV here, and then like maybe like tiny people showing up in there. And then like you add a blimp. Okay, you can add a blimp here. Also like showing you a it's like like doing some like advertisement stuff in the cities, this and that stuff. Maybe you don't want to show the sea because it's a little bit too weird. You want to show the sun in here, and then you got yourself a sun, and then it's a city, and then in the middle of the city you have a goddamn Godzilla there, like destroying the city, and then you're living in there, you're watching it happens. Yeah, and now you got like most of the inside the window done, and then you'd be like, the fuck I can do with this anymore inside your house. So what happens inside the house when you see a fucking window? What is beside the window? A curtain. What kind of curtain you want? Since like you in a very like rich high-rise building, let's show a automatic curtain that is only appear on the side. Okay, you've got an automatic curtain here, and then you can add like maybe there's a motor here that is like dragging the curtain, like going closer, that and stuff, and then you'll be like, this is an open curtain for you. But you feel like, oh, it's a little bit like empty, the rest of the place. Like how should you do? You can add a table right beside it. What the table look like? What kind of table design you have? Like you want a cabinet? Okay, you have a cabinet here. You have a cabinet here. You draw a cabinet. You draw a circle here. You draw a cabinet. You draw a circle here. You don't want the circle kind. You can draw a cabinet with like a, you know, with like a U dent. You can like reach your hand into it and then pull it. So you add some shadows into it, and then you want your table on top display something, maybe your most favorite iconic Hatsune Miku. Yeah, your most favorite Hatsune Miku in here. You know? You can draw the sailor suit and everything, depends. You can draw Hatsune Miku here, and then since you are already a Hatsune Miku fan, so you can draw a Fumo of Hatsune Miku. Like sitting in this place. Yeah, you're a big Hatsune Miku fan. Like I just randomly draw one. It doesn't look like one at all. It's a goddamn crime at this point. But yeah. Okay, and then maybe you can do something more than this. You can add like you just came back from conventions, you know? You can add your bags in here. Depends like what kind of brand you want. You can draw a Gucci bag. You can draw some bag. Draw a little bit this. Draw a little bit that. You can try some things. Maybe you also have some kids. Like you are a mother or like a dad. You have kids, and then maybe they draw some very like goofy, funny like drawing here. Maybe it's like you and your kids. Like they draw you guys together. And then here's your mom. Here's their mom or something like that. She's a Hatsune Miku cosplayer. This is why you marry her. Who knows? You can build up story as you goes. Okay. Like, and then you need to show me that's like just like curtains to go that far, so you stop this curtain, you add like a side stand in here. Maybe you can have like some like thing that peek out. You can show like maybe you used to be like some like athlete, you win some things, you know, depends. You want to show a little bit of this and that other stuff, and then maybe you can add a little bit this, a little bit that. You can do a lot of stuff like based on yeah, like I say, like this is like you can have a lot of fun with it. Like just one window, okay? I literally start this drawing with one window, and then have so many things that happen here. Maybe if you want to add like a sofa chair here, you know, and this is like maybe like a view for you to see like outside while you're sitting in sofa. Okay, you're watching visions and then see like, oh, there's a Godzilla attacking your city, and then now you look outside the window. This is your scene, like Godzilla is outside. Okay, attacking your house, attacking the things. Maybe like you can draw someone else like fighting the Godzilla. You can draw like Ultraman, like doing his famous like T pose. Sure. Yeah, this is a very funny shit that's happening outside your house, you know? Maybe you can add like a few like light beam like flying. Powerpuff Girl is like going there to help. Maybe then outside you can add like the Eye of Cthulhu in there outside. It's chaos out there. You're fucked. And then maybe like you can also draw like a hidden character in here. Is Miss Daisy your neighbors? They're somehow in here. Who knows? You're cheating or something. You can infinitely add quite a lot of stuff, like I say again. And you can add a table, add a house plan. Okay? Add a house plan here if you want. Cactus or something, I don't know. Yeah, you can do quite lots of stuff. This is how you draw from based on imaginations. Have one thing you're obsessed with, and then draw that thing. Because you understand, like, the thing that you love a lot, you can actually have an impression of the detail just built up bit by bit, okay? You can draw a person here. You say, oh, I love to play guitar, okay? I'm going to draw a person here, and then I'm going to draw my favorite guitar brand. And then that person is playing the guitar. This is how you're going to like start everything, okay? And maybe you want electric guitar, not acoustic guitar. And then have things like plug in there, and then there's a because it's like an electric guitar, you can draw speakers, and then you can also draw your favorite brand of speakers. You can draw the favorite chair you used to sit on, like all those kind of things. Like basically, like the more you have like an experience on some things, okay, the easier for you to draw the imagination out. You should start from there. Once you have the capability to build stuff out from one reference to another, to another, to another, you will eventually have the capability of draw anything you want. Okay? You can slowly build up a story in between. Maybe like you have a cabinet aside like playing music is your passions, okay? You can have like a lot of books in here. You like to read books. And then this thing have like award things, like you play like music award, and then you got like again like another win. You can just slowly build a story. You can just not have this thing. You can have like a different like award that is basically maybe you are a movie star, so you got Oscared. Who knows? And you can have like a picture frame of your families, of that person family or friends, and then have a poster of Metallica, and then maybe like this is like his like computers, okay? There's a table, the computers, the mouse, and then there's like the classic like computer underneath the tables, kind of things are going on there. And then you have that cabinet, this and that other stuff. You draw a human in here because he's like doing like the acoustic guitar playing. Maybe he's like looking down. And then there's like you can like draw like maybe like something like a, you know, music sheet on the speakers. He's like reading the music sheet while like playing it. he's practicing, or like he's playing, writing a new song. If it's writing a new song, you can maybe like put a pen on it, this and that, yada stuff. You can do everything like in there. It's a very, very fun way for you to kind of like learn through a lot of things, because sometimes you want to make sense of the things that you want to do, but you definitely cannot draw it. Okay, I'm not an expert of guitar, so what would I do? Bring out reference, look at the guitar, and then I'll be like, yeah, this is a brand, and like the design I like, let's draw that particular like guitar design, you know, like the style thingy, like yada yada stuff, like, oh, you can have that, okay, the star design thingy, or this and that yada stuff. And then you can like go learn a little bit. Oh, they have like this kind of like clamp thingy to kind of like dampening the sound or something like that, and then like the adjusting stuff. You can add more and more stuff into it the more you learn about it, because one idea you have. Slowly build it up, especially when you draw something with an environment, with a background. Don't draw it out of nowhere. Keep drawing it with like a very basic concept. For me, is a person playing music. What music? I choose a guitar. So after a guitar, I slowly build up from that. Can even do the most easiest thing, a person who is drawing, okay? A person is sitting. This is a chair. You don't even have to be like super accurate with the drawing. Like, you're just setting up your stage for you to draw, okay? This is the color thingy, and then you can draw a very stick man. Maybe like there's a canvas thingy there. And then you can draw this here. You can have the stands, because you've seen a stand before. Have 3 legs, okay? And then you can draw like this thing, and then your friends is like sitting here. And then you're drawing your friends, you know, and then here's like the, you can put like a few like fail versions that you draw in here. You have been drawing a lot, your friend is tired, sitting there. You can slowly like build up lots of story, okay? And then like you can have like the environment is looking like a art studio, have lots of art there. And then there's a nice window outside, so you can see outside the window, and what is outside the window, you can have some fun with it. Draw like, oh, maybe this is like a single story house, this is like your home plus studio, you know, like you can have like a city like going outside in here, you know, have some sun, yada yada stuff going on. And then like you can have like maybe like a, you know, like art tool boxes in here, so you can reach out and then grab your tool and stuff, you know, and like some tiny table for you to put your like put your stuff like on it, maybe like a cup of waters, this and that stuff. Again, like, see, I can keep on making more and more and more and more. The reason I can do, I start from one idea, build up more ideas. Just try to make sense of the impression you're drawing. You don't have to be accurate. You have to draw things that is a impression of a art. Okay? Impression of the things you're drawing. Make sense of the drawing. The more you make sense of it, the more like the more art is going to look like. It's essentially just that. As you time build up, you can actually draw so many things from just a normal concept like this. And go back to work. Use back my favorite M pen, not this one. Yee. And don't worry, you guys are not bothered at all. It's like I gladly teach people art as much as I can because I personally am not a very good artist, but I do know the basic of art. If people are interested and want to become an artist, I would just like teach them as much as I can from all my experience on drawing. Because in many cases, anyone who spent a fraction amount of my time to train to become an artist, I definitely on the weaker end. Okay, I'm not a very good artist. I know how to do a lot of things, but at the same time, my art skills is actually just mediocre by best. Or you can say like a little bit like on the medium side, but also a little bit above the medium side. It's just above average, above the average a little bit. I can never do like a mean like digital painting, yada yada stuff. I've seen the high end of drawing before, and I can never reach those level because I didn't want to in the first place. I'm just a guy who enjoy drawing, who enjoy making comic, who enjoy like making like silly animation like this. Yes, it does. Really depends on your like ability to kind of like draw, because there's also different type of like way you can design your compositions. For me, I come from an animator background, so because I'm an animator, I generally have a much more simpler art style, and also at the same times when I do drawing, I do action pose. Okay, so I always draw my characters like doing some action and stuff. They are actually literally doing like a dynamic pose, like this and that yada stuff. I can even like show you my sketchathon art. To show you guys like the dynamic pose I usually would aim for. Let me try to like find it. Take some times. Yeah, like last month, I actually did something called like a sketchathon. It's basically I just draw as many people as possible inside a sketch form, but the sketch is actually quite complete too in the same times. This is what my friend told me, not me, okay? They say my art is really sloppy, but in a way, somehow it looks like its own style. I'm not really sure like what they kind of like talking about. It's basically my art is like shitty on a unique... I don't know. So you can see this is a very style kind of like drawing. I have so many things that you can see like all this like in here. Art style is a whole new topic I can talk about. It's some things that I learned from Sakura Yashin, more or less. But you can see something like this, like action, more aligned with like the action side of like the posing stuff. Like they are doing something. They always are like in a shot that is like the camera have like some play movement in there. It's not like a whole like things like this is like a standard like art shot that you can see like in someone doing it. This is like a proper composition pose. Okay, this is a dynamic pose. This is a dynamic. This is like a good composition pose. Okay, this again is the same thing like a composition pose, and then this is like a dynamic kind of like high angle like art style. And then this one is, a good composition pose, to be honest, same things. And then this thing is a dynamic action pose. It's like everything have like a certain feelings to it. When I do some drawing, you can see they are doing a very foreshadowing like animation movement. all my art is in many way they are in some sort of like, you know, animatic moment. It's like you pause a frame in anime. That is what you're seeing right now. This is generally what I choose because again, I come from animation background, so I just draw generally on that, or sometimes I draw some meme like this. And on my background, yep, something like this, easier for you guys to see instead of like blinding white light. This kind of stuff. Sometimes I add some story into a drawing. Oh, this one is originally white. Like this too, you can definitely see it's just a random drawing. I didn't like use my brain to process at all. I just feel like, I should draw like this, and then I draw like this. And then didn't do a very good job on it, to be honest. And then this one is one of my favorite one because the Vtuber I draw, she loved it so much, she actually paid me to complete the drawing. I can even show you the artwork. Yeah, this one. Let's go to my region last month. It's November. Yep. This one. Ta-da! And yes, I have a certain art style. It's a very thick line art. I can do like, it's basically coloring picture at this point. It's make it easier for me to kind of do line, very heavy like line weight and stuff on there. I call this carving style. The reason I kind of calling this a carving style is basically that I kind of like just using a certain tool. It's called, it only happened like in Clip Studio, is because they have like some extra tool make it easier for me to do this. But you can definitely use quite a lot of other software that can. They have something called like an instant lasso, something like this. So I'm using instant lasso, kind of like draw a line like this, then chip out like the facial shape this way, so I can have like a better like, you know, line control rather than just like drawing using like highly like hand coordination technique to kind of do this. Yeah, I just randomly showed to you guys, like it's very easy for you to do this. They don't know what carving style is, but they do appreciate the line art. Most people like order from me is because they like the line art itself, like the way it present. It looks like comic, you know. It have a little bit like comic like look, this and that, yeah, this stuff. I calling it carving style only is because it's the art style that I kind of like use for. Some people get it. The first thing they say, like, this thing looks just like Persona. I'm fine with it, as long as you want to buy it. When it comes to like drawing, go for the things that you can make easily. I draw like this because I find it much more easier than draw line art. Yes, it's much more easier than drawing, like use your hand to draw line art, because I have some medical issues. My balance is like pretty screwed. In more senses to say is I was born with abnormally long, above average like length and like in like blood vessel. It got tangled up with my ear nervous systems. So our ears govern like balance and stuff. I am having like vertigo 24/7. So it become like my hand-eye coordinations is out of whack constantly. So having a fine dexterous control is not really my thing. doing this is actually much more easier for me to draw than most people, how most of the thing does. And besides, like, again, like, bonus, it does have a really good line art and stuff. Yeah. You definitely are right, but I was never marketing that way. I technically I'm not exactly marketing that way. It's more like, hey, I show you this kind of like art I usually draw. Do you like it? If you want it, you can buy it. If you don't want it, you can, you know, go find some other things. I got some other things to offer, like this particular art style that I'm going for. It's what I call the simple art style. I can work on really fast. Hey, you are very, very accurate on the thing you talk about, but technically it's called AICA vestibular loop. Is AICA is something artery. Like I forgot the A and the I is no, you didn't got me. It's like people wants to see the result. I never told them like the process and stuff. If they want, they can ask me and then I'll answer it. I answer to you now is, you know, you are curious like art style and stuff, and then I talk about it. Isn't it? Ah. Again, like, a thing is called art style thing. In a lots of way, it's going to be a little bit controversial, okay? Art style doesn't exist. Art style itself is not, I'm not saying that, but itself, the art style is a mistake of an artist that did it on purpose, okay? This thing doesn't look like actual human. Obviously, looking at this, you call this like anime style, this and that, the other style. It's a certain aesthetic people put on it, and they broke the rule on purpose just for that. So if I really need to like do some proper drawing, okay? Not exactly proper drawing. I just try my best to do that, okay? I haven't drawn a proper drawing for a very long time. I'm basically rusty at it. So if I draw an eye, okay? This is like a human eye. Then you need to draw a little bit of an eyelash. A little bit short on eyelash. Then you can draw something like this, you know, as an actual eye, and then like this is the... Like, here's the thing when it comes to like doing like a lot of art like that, okay? You can draw a very like realistic faces of a person's. Oh, the noodle style. We call it like the cow art style because like generally everyone come from cow art from like a certain age. They all draw like that. Yeah, they kind of call it the cow art style. Is basically they come from the same school, and then in the some like same certain period. Like, imagine like you draw like an almost human face, okay? Almost human face. I can't draw actually human face. It's gonna take me like ages for me to draw like a really like accurate depiction of like a human face, okay? If I want to draw something like really like Simple, okay? I have to finish drawing this thing to kind of like make sense of it. Like the thing that I'm going to say later on. So, if I draw something like this, and copy and paste it, art style is when you understand the basic to the core. You know how to separate the section of the eye, eyebrow, facial muscle, the lips, all those kind of like general area. You know, no matter how many times how you're going to scale it, it's going to look human at the end. Is you play like the game Skyrim or any game that you can like customize the face, you know, like there's like the slider there. To be able to draw a style, you have to understand a human facial proportion to a certain point that you can adjust the length and the slider bar of every single part of the face. Anime art is essentially some of the adjustment they have on the extreme, especially on the eyes and lips. And for cartoon style, it's also like on the opposite end of how the adjustment of the eye and lips things does. Because when you look at like cartoon stuff, like I say again, like if I draw Finn, okay, and this I translate this person into Finn, okay. The eye, the mouth. Didn't even draw the nose. The nose is literally skipped. This is art style, like you learn how to adjust things, but look correct in the same time because the eye positions is still in where the eyes is. The mouth position is still where the mouth is. If you suck at that, you might draw the mouth like this. Still works sometimes, but most of the time it doesn't really work that well. This one look like bubblegum, to be honest, like either way. So if you know how to adjust a human proportions, there's like a nose supposed to be here, but you didn't draw the nose. Just that. You can't just like do something weird. Like bubblegum is not human in the first place. This is why her mouth can like go up there. So you have to understand the rules and like the basic of the things and learn how to break the rule, but not overextend your rule. So if I draw this person in a much more like, you know, cartoonish way, I want him like a square chin, you know, look like handsome Squidward. And then I can draw his hair. Same thing, maintain the hair. I just change how the, you know, the things look like in a much more like cartoon form. Yeah, it looks like this. It depends on if you want to like adjust his like body proportion and form, caricature form. Like you are doing a drawing in a various like assortment of like adjustment when you're doing it, okay? If you want to make the head like rounded, like gosh dang Stewie from like Family Guys, you're still going to adjust like how the eyes is going to space. The nose, the mouth, and then the hair. Now he looks like Hey Arnold actually. And then you want to draw the ears, and the ears here. And then if you want to change it into a much more drastic form, like a much more anime way, it doesn't mean you can't. You just do the general anime things. And then like Animate decided to give them a much more like puffy hair, and then give him a puffy hair. Again, it's just a adjustment of like how exaggerations of like things you have, but never go overboard on it, else you're just going to morph that into something else. See? This is what we call art style. It's mistake we made on purpose, but with a proper understanding, so when we make that mistake on purpose, we actually know what the fuck we are doing, and then we adjust it accordingly. That doesn't go against the rule. That's how most art style is. If you don't know the fundamental of drawing that much to a point, and then you try to just copy other people's art style, it's like, oh, I love My Hero Academia art style, and then I keep drawing all the My Hero Academia, like trace all the drawing to learn how to draw their art style. But when you try to make your own OC, and then maybe you can draw them in all the Midoriya or all the Bakugo pose, but when you try to make your own special move, your own special pose, when you always draw their face facing in this direction, when you do like you know, when you do like the tracing stuff, you always do their face like this. The moment you want to do the face like facing this place, you can't. Why? Because you never really actually learned a proper like basic how to draw a actual face in the first. This is like you draw like My Hero Academia face is a highly stylized face. You don't know the basic when turning the face from left to right. You don't know when they are doing foreshadow on the hand. Maybe like do the hand like this, maybe do the hand stretch out, or this and that, because you can't slowly in your mental image move the hand from here to there. You can't move it here to here. Because you don't have enough basic understanding to have a mental image to move the hand in that pose to this pose. So learning to draw the basic is always the most important thing. If you don't have the fundamental like nailed down, if you can't do a proper like a learning on draw, you're going to sooner or later hit a wall, the things that you cannot do. If you cannot draw a cube in multiple different dimensions and multiple different like ways that you can like show to people, something like this, you might have a hard time to spin your cube from this to this. If you don't got that fundamental here, you even though it's just a tiny movement from like here to here, it's going to be a little bit difficult for you when you actually draw something that is like a sphere. Okay? Doesn't look like a cube. Okay? If you're trouble doing this, you got trouble turning your head. That's the basic thing. Because when you draw this, if you have a head, okay, why I drew a cross is because you have a head like this. You know how to draw a cube, okay? You can draw a rectangle, and then you can draw a cube. Slightly off angle. This like show and reveal the face more. From there to there. If you can't do this, just a tiny little bit change, because you don't have a 3D mental image of how a cube moved, it's going to be very hard for you to already start from drawing a very stylized face. You don't even know how actual face, actual turn look like. You can't adjust properly of what you really want, because you only have a copy-paste adjustment in your brain, but you don't have the actual how they actually adjust the eye, how they actually adjust the nose size, like what part of the nose they adjusted, what part of mouth they adjusted. This is a very important thing. And I can open up another like art that I draw back in the days. I use that to kind of teach people like the art style itself a lot. Also, I'm running out of like saliva. I talk too much. Hold on. I'm trying to find. Is it this? No. Is it this? No. Is it this? No. I should actually have that thing moved to another place so I don't have to like search it every single fucking time. So this is the thing I teach people when I do like some certain like art drawing, like teaching. Imagine, look at just the eye. This is like a semi-realistic eye. This is a very stylized eye. And then, but the problem is when it comes to eye, okay? When it comes to eye, nobody fucking know what this thing is. They just know when they always like copy and paste, like tracing lots of anime drawing, they will always have this dot. Actual human faces. That's a problem. You guys do not know how to muscle the faces. Like, not just you guys. Like, I mean, a lot of people, especially when they skip the fundamental, they immediately go to draw anime face. They do not know how face works. Okay? This is what I'm showing right now. Face have a lot of muscle and everything. Okay? But the thing is, a lot of people draw anime eyes. They always have like this like line and then have this dot. They kind of like a lot of people. Sometimes they appear, sometimes they disappear. Some people just assume that it's a thing and then they keep drawing it again and again. They never really know why. If you really do not know why this thing exists, then you don't know enough the fundamental of why this eye have this thing when you draw anime characters. The reason is your eyelid and your eyebrow, okay? Both are separate muscle, okay? So when my eyelid open, the muscle in my eyelid squeeze against the, squeeze against the eyebrow muscle. And also there's an indent ridge in our eye in here, this particular side. So it end up having that dot due to the lighting and also the angle you're looking at, which will exit the lighting. If you don't know that part of the muscle, you're going to have a hard time doing this. Like seeing this thing. Like this is the eyelid, your eyebrow muscle. This is your eyelid. And this line is this line. Now get it. So this thing essentially is your eyebrow and then your eyelid muscle. It caused like a cavity in here. Okay, it's caused like a cavity in here, which caused a line in here. You can draw your eye however you want. Once you understand that, okay, you can draw your eyes like an anime. You can draw your eyes like a actual like eyelid and actual eyes. And then you can draw the actual line in here because like you guys do know like how eyelid work, right? This is like a thick underline. Then there's like another meat in there. And then the close in. Because we always look higher on the upper side, we don't see like this particular part on the upper eyelid. So it's generally always you will see when it open. You can see the eyelid down there. And when the eyelid, why it does form shape like this is because when we blink, we only move the upper part up, down, up, down. Bottom part of the eye doesn't move. So this is why when you do animations, your eye, try to touch this, okay? You try to touch eye underneath your eyelid. You try to blink. It doesn't move. Only the top part of your eyelid move. Once you get enough understanding of that, you can draw a blink very accurately. And you do understand like the mechanical stuff that happening to the eye, then you can draw an actual more accurate eye. And then you know the eye actually is the iris, the line that I draw in here that provide the colors, and then it have a reflective surface to show the shine in the first place. And why inside here, okay, why this place is black is because all the light are going into our eyeball and we absorb all the light. So this center part supposed to be void of light, but obviously a lot of people work it a little bit differently when it comes to those kind of things. Okay, so again, like, you have to understand this intricate part of how an eye works to be able to go and understand the rule and break the rule on purpose. Just like how this thing is, you study how the eye works, yada yada stuff, how muscle works, how you'll like, why you still think, like, why some people, like, when they smile, like I say again, like, when you blink and do anything, like, your eye, like, the bottom doesn't really move that much. But why sometimes you see, like, in animations, like, the eyelid from the bottom moved is because we do have other muscle. Okay, our cheek muscle, try to smile, it go up. When the cheek muscle, like, go up, our eyelid bottom, like, despite it doesn't move, it push up by overall the movement from the cheek. It push up a little bit, so, like, our bottom eyelid does move up a tiny bit just because of that. So when we do blinking, especially when we're smiling, just smiling, we have that smiling, like, eye line, like, you know, like the Anya face, you know, like the Anya face we draw. We draw something like this is because, again, our cheek, when we smile, move up. When it move up, it push our eyelid up. Hence, why there's that kind of, like, line is there. You know, why our eye line move up is because, again, we smile. And then we smile, our muscle in this area push it up. When it push up, it show a visible, like, curved line in the bottom. Our eye doesn't really move, okay? So we can open as wide as we can, even the eye, but the eye will just look like that. Ta-da! Again, fundamental of how a face function is really, really important, especially when you specialize on drawing a person, okay? No matter what kind of, like, style you manage to stylize yourself, like, learn from, like, some famous, like, artists from tracing their work, and then, like, oh, I learned how he actually, why he do this, why he does that, but you still don't know how actual face work, you're going to run into a wall, and then you don't know what the fuck happens. Like, you always, like, I always want to draw my character, like, you know, like, front-facing, like, doing, like, a looking down directions like this. Why? I don't know why I cannot draw. It's because you don't know how a face functions in the first place, okay? This is why, like, this is, like, how the nose is going to be visible. Most likely case, I can't even see the mouth. So you can just draw something like this. And then gravity exists, so it's just going to block all your faces. And then how I'm going to draw shoulders, because you look down. Our neck have a very, very specific angle. Aside from moving from here, we also can moving from here. So when we look down, you can see my shoulder shorten. Because when I move my head from here to here, you can see the angle. The joint did this, okay? I look down, so now we are in the better level. So our neck is supposed to be in this area. So when we draw our shoulders, it's going to be in here. While our body is still in the upright positions. And then we can draw shoulders. Just start from doing this. We still can draw the body in the normal up-facing positions if they didn't do any, like, drastic movement, because we can just move our head without moving our body. Maybe you can curve him a tiny little bit and those kind of stuff, and then you can draw it. See? Again, fundamental always a very important things. But again, like yesterday when I teach people, if you don't know how to draw using your entire shoulder, that is a big issue itself too. Because when I put a dot, I can draw a circle. If I draw a circle, you can see my entire arm is moving, okay? When I'm drawing this circle. If I don't move my arm, and I just draw a circle like this, yes, I can draw a circle doing this too. I never move my arm. Okay? I never move my arm. Look. Okay, this one is when I draw a circle using my entire shoulders. And then you look at the art, it's like the range of drawing I have is basically infinite because I can shift my entire hand in multiple different directions in a very wide range of arc. But when I don't move my shoulders, this is my drawing range. It's not even accurate. Like I can draw a dot in here and then I immediately start drawing circles. See, it's not even an accurate like center like circle. This area is your drawing area. When you want to draw something detailed, yes, you can do it this way. But if you don't need to draw something detailed, you draw halfway and then you have to move to here and draw something in here, and then you have to move to here, draw something in here, you're going to screw up. You're bound to screw up. Okay? Especially when you draw something in the grand scheme of things, it's like a very, very like conic body like this. If you don't know how to use the entire shoulder to draw in the first place, you're going to have a problem. See, I can keep doing this continuous line. It's because I understand what I'm drawing. And I also know how to use my entire shoulders to draw things in this times. So if you just do things one spot at a time, you're going to break the flow. Especially when you're creating a concept of drawing, a sketch, a general posing. If you don't have enough if you don't have the ability to carry the flow immediately, you're going to have a lot of time. Your drawing time is going to be way more slower than most people. Because you keep jumping into detail to another detail, 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 to another detail. Learning how to draw is a very big things. If you don't practice your ability to move your entire shoulders, okay? I'm touching this thing to let you guys see how my shoulder moving. Okay, see, like you have to move your entire shoulder when you do every line. Do something like this, oval shape, spin it. To practice your entire how your arm is going to function, it's going to be very fucking sore. I can tell you one thing for sure. The moment you try to oh, you are so tired, you're starting to hit the dot. It means that you are tired. You should go to take a break or something like that. Just do something like this. Time to time, using this as a warm-up. To train your arm, your entire shoulder strength. It's a tiny movement. It's not a really big movement. And another one is to practice drawing accuracy, okay? This is for you to draw accuracy. I named this thing the Hanabi training or the firework training, but there's lots of people in my chat keep calling it the asshole training. You don't have to think too much about it, okay? This is to let you have the ability to go back to the origin point and then keep drawing, keep drawing, keep drawing. Train to draw a line in every single directions, okay? You can, after you go outward enough, you can go inward. Oops. So this thing is literally to train your muscle memories, to be able to, not just muscle memory, it's just your ability, train the muscle itself, because our arm is not really built for drawing. Unless you are a drummer yourself, you can't really do that thing, okay? Drummer actually use that entire arm when they do drumming, okay? So this is why they actually have a very well developed like shoulder muscle. They don't have a good like elbow like adjusting muscle, but still they're going to have a slightly easier time. But if you guys just first time doing this, your arms is going to fall off just one of the exercise I just show you. If you do that for one day, it's going to like be really, really sore for you the next day. So don't try to do everything in one go. Do things like gradually, one at a time. Okay? Learning how to use your shoulder is the one of the most important thing for an artist to be. If you're kids, you never really learn that. Now you're grown up, well, you should try. I also did those kind of things as like a daily process to kind of like warm up, this and that, other stuff. And sometimes I teach people how to do this too. I need to demonstrate to people like how they do this. You can make it easier versions, you know. Like you can do something like this. Try your best to maintain it like within this area. You don't need to have like a tiny dot. Tiny dot is like the highest difficulty, okay? Imagine you have a watermelon, you're playing like Metal Gear Rising, you're just trying to slash this watermelon, okay? Slash, 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 slash. Just do something like that. You're playing Fruit Ninja. Like often, like even when you use like the way like you say like you play like Plant vs. Storm. Playing with stylus, you still don't use your shoulder to draw that much. You essentially still using more wide range of motion, but you just do something like this, you know? You just learn how to adjust your forearm muscle. It's a very different thing. Nope, teaching the basic of drawing again. You know me, I don't really teach people like more than like too many things. Like again, like 1 point perspective is super easy. Just do something like this, done. You can draw anything. This thing, like 1 point perspective, is really, really like stupid. Most of the time, it doesn't really work. Okay, and unless you really draw a lot of boxes, like you don't really have lots of way to like show a person's. You just want to draw a person with like a basic pose and composition, yeah. But if you really want to draw a dynamic pose, you need to know how to do a lot of like, you know. Drawing the line is because that I'm teaching, but you know, generally you don't really even need this thing once you get used to it. I don't really need it. Some people need it. Some people always need it. Some people can just straight up draw it. I don't. Sadly, I'm not flexing. It's just that I draw so much for my entire life. Again, like once you draw enough, you gain enough experience. You can skip some step. You can always try your best to do every step. But also, once you actually confident enough to be able to skip the step, you can try to skip some step. So you can draw faster. And if you guys really, I mean like again, really want to use stylus to play games and learn how to do a proper draw, like muscle training, okay? If you have a iPad, okay? You have a stylus and iPad, okay? Better, you have a drawing tablet like this one. Mine is XP Pen. Sponsor me, XP Pen. Or you have the Intuos style. Still works, okay? You just look at the screen like that. But try to move your entire hand. Go play Otsu. I cannot do that shit because I'm not good enough. If I need to move my entire hand, it just doesn't fucking work. But if you can play Otsu with the hardest song, moving the entire hand, using a fucking stylus, I can tell you when you are already the master of controlling your gosh dang hand on drawing. You think me drawing this is very impressive? If you can play Otsu, you can draw an entire Gundam like using this method. Okay, if you are very good, you can literally draw a Gundam using this method. Some easy song. You don't have to play like definitely go on a hard song. Just play something easy. Then you can like use stylus. Maybe you don't have to do the clicking. Okay, clicking is going to kill the hand. You maybe just use your stylus to move around, and then you use spacebar to kind of like just do the tapping. Okay, you tap the spacebar or like find like one key that you generally don't use because you're going to destroy that key. Okay, you are going to destroy that key, and just use a key that you generally don't use, like equal or like a minus or plus or something like that, you know. Just do those things, and then like use that to keep tapping, and then your hand is just going to follow everything. You're going to kill your stylus, the nib is just going to gone, but it's a good way for you to train your arm. I draw so much. This is like an artist thing. If you actually hold your pen to draw a lot, you will earn like some. Like if you're a swordman, your entire like palm have like this like thick dead skin. If you are artist, you will have like a thick dead skin in this particular spot. Like gosh dang it, it's like it's been a while and it start peeling. Okay, I need to keep like nipping it off. Okay, continue drawing. Funny things is like most of my clients know that when they order art from me, they generally will get like a, even though they know that I draw really ridiculously fast, but they also understand one thing: if I stream it, they're gonna get it later. I still can finish it in one day, obviously. It's just that, yeah, I promised them that hey, I can actually finish the artwork in an hour. Yeah, thank you very much. It's basically come out from sketch and stuff. I'm trying to like they want me to draw expression and stuff. I can even show you like the concept they want, but I'm not like. Here's the thing, I'm a bitch. Why I say that is because I actively go against my own will to make stuff harder for me. Okay, I do not like to repeat the same drawing again and again and again. Especially when someone did the drawing, you know, when you have like that things that like, oh, can you draw something like this? Oh, can you draw something like you draw from this previous artwork? I cannot repeat the same thing again. Almost this thing. I have a weird habit of only drawing thing once. Almost. Even I try to repeat to draw the same things, I will have so many things like edit and difference like onto it. I can't copy and print like the same thing to another person's. Like YCH is almost a impossible thing for me to do. I can have a YCH concept, but I cannot do like a YCH that is like, you know, they draw like a bald person's like full body in there, and then the clothes has already been drawn. All they have to swap is just the eye and hair. I fucking hate that way to drawing. Okay, if I really want to draw, I will draw. Yes, you will be doing this pose. But when I'm going to give you a whole new clothes, maybe a little bit shifting on your pose to match your personality, maybe your head angle and the way you look is going to be a little bit different. Yeah, I'm not going to do a copy and paste post. That is not me. I will never do that. I will draw a close variation of it, but I will not copy exact one-to-one thing. Which makes me always draw different thing. Do not request me to draw the same identical thing like that I did or like some other people did. I don't know why, I just fucking hate like doing repetition work. Like if I make it orange, if I tomorrow I want to drink orange juice again, I will squeeze the orange juice in a slightly different way. Or prepare it slightly different step. I like my life have variations. I don't want my life to be dead. If I walk to school, maybe I walk to school today, tomorrow I skip to school. Maybe the third day I run to school. Or I choose a different path. Maybe I usually walk on the sidewalk. Today I'm going to walk across the street, go to a different sidewalk. Maybe every single time I go past, I will see this candy store. I will go and buy some things. Maybe I buy candy this time. Maybe I buy some junk food this time. Maybe I buy some drink this time. I will always do slightly different thing every single day. Obviously, it's going to repeat one or another, but at least I won't be repeating the immediate next day. I won't be repeating the immediate next week. I won't be repeating the same thing immediately. Immediate things. It's a thing that I always choose to do because I want my everyday life, despite even I live in the same situations, I want a slightly different variations. If you want me to teach the same thing again and again, even when I use the scenario to teach you again and again, every single time I will not copy paste the things that I teach to you. Like if next day some people ask me how to draw eyes again, I can pull this thing up again, okay? I can pull this thing up again, but the way I'm going to explain is going to be a slightly different version of it. It's still the same, the crux. It's just the grammar, maybe the way I express it, the way I emphasize it is a little bit different. I'm not going to use the same lingo again and again and again. But knowing that, do not keep asking me the same question, because that kind of pissed me off. It's like some people like know that I do that, and then they try to test me by keep asking me the same question again and again. Just testing my ability to be creative on every single thing. I have a limit. I ban people for that shit, actually. Yeah, this is a shoulder plate I talk about. I was like teaching people how to do the back and stuff. Okay, here's the plan. I'm going to give this person's because he's such a such a suave guy that chat with me and everything. Want to make sure the things that is not like mess up and stuff. And the original idea of this artwork, he or she want me to draw this, something like this. Okay, like a character on the side with like a bunch of like expressions, something like that. Maybe he want to draw a character concept or something like that. So I'll be like, you know what, I'm gonna draw that, but I'm gonna draw a very different version of it, and hence like the facial expression on every single like angle, and then the character in the centers and stuff like that. I did that on purpose because again, I do not like to draw repeat stuff, okay? And I have a little bit creative on it. Maybe I can turn this thing into concept, like in the futures, I can offer people this, like I can draw your OC with different like expression on the side. But the position is just going to be very wildly different. Maybe like one day I just like, like do the most like idiotic thing. Like the one day is just going to be completely 180. Who knows? You flip it yourself. I won't. But again, because for me, when I do like art commissions, if I have a fun time chatting with the person, interact with the persons, I'll be like, you know what? I'm going to give you some freebie. And the freebie I'm going to give them is every single expression I draw in here, I actually try my best to size them that can contain within a square. I will turn all this art into an emote and give it to her. So she can use it as a sticker or something like that. In Discord, or she can like make a Discord server and then use it as a sticker or something like that. If anyone commissioned me before, they all know that one particular thing that I do is I just keep giving people freebie as much as possible for some reasons. It's very weird. Even though I told her that, you know, this is like a 1 hour drawing for me, to be honest, I can't do this in 1 hour. Because, you know, I keep chatting with you guys, everything, I kind of like slow it down, this and that. You know, it just eventually behave like this. But it's late for quite a lot of people. If you guys are hungry, go and eat. If you guys are, like, you know, got some stuff to do, just go and do your stuff. It's dinner time for me too, so I'm going to take a short break. Okay. Be back soon. You guys have fun, do your thing and stuff. Maybe I should pause it. You know, let the ADHD people have some fun. Watch this animation that I made. I still haven't really finished it. I'll finish it sooner or later. This is not a paid one too. I just did it for free. Because I need a reference to kind of like offer it out as a service. If I never made one, I can't just like fart out of empty air and then just tell people to trust me, I can do animations. It doesn't really work that way. But either way, I'm going to disconnect my face for a bit. And again, we'll be back soon. Ooh. Face stop at a very weird positions. Okay, good. And I'm back. You know what? Let's keep the keep the break. I need to go to take a shower. Man, I'm sweaty. This is Malaysia, okay? It's a place if you don't go there, you're just going to turn yourself into the oil man. Ugh. Anyone who didn't take a shower for a day, like their face would just full of pimple the next day. I'm not even kidding. It's guaranteed surefire things. Okay, if you want to look fucking young, have a bunch of pimple on the face, yeah. I'm back, finally. Actually back. Even though I haven't changed my clothes. I took a shower and everything. Some people just wonder, like, how do I help you? I like you as a content creators. How do I help you? Just give my video a like, this and that, yeah, this stuff. I would be appreciated it. You know, sharing my work, sharing my art, sharing my wisdoms, having some clip moment. If you really like those things, you can clip it yourself. Like all those kind of things, you know. Definitely is a good thing to do. Save. Practice. Then saved. That's mine. I'm here. have to like suddenly say something like this. All right. As you guys already know, this is like art that I made so far. I can say like if you have a properly drawn art, even like the like right now you see this thing is like in just flat colors. It looks nice. Okay. The reason for that is like long as it's a properly drawn art, like even flat colors, it shows that your work is actually on like the pretty nice side. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to like do too much to like change quite lots of this and that, that stuff. Yeah. Alright then, this is like enough like art stuff. Like usually yes, like it's my MO kind of like, hey, I came back from my break, have a lot here, concentrate a little bit on my work, maybe chat a little bit. If I don't really have a lot of like activity going on, I'll just like end the stream. Either way, this will be time for me to take a break, actual break. I need to go and play some games with my friends, Monster Hunter and stuff, like find a revive. I got my gang back, then try to play games again. Good. And either way, thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on my next stream. Bye-bye.